I'm happy with that.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your patience. Always an interesting day in the State House. We're going to be adjusting to the dynamic of starting this late by not letting you know that we're not going to pick up LD 916 and 2164. So the work session scheduled for today will be rescheduled. Our plan today is to do we're going to start with the committee bills that have been voted on or came from working groups that were committee voted to work out refer committee bills, and those are coming back to us to then send to the revisor's office. Then we're going to do, I think we have one or two language reviews, I can't recall, and then we'll go right into the budget. So with that, we'll start with introductions and go down.
Thank you, Senator. Hello, everyone. I'm Art Mingo. I represent District 9, Eastern Washington County.
Hey, everybody, I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Good afternoon. Yusuf, I represent District 118, part of Portland.
And we'll shift over to Representative Julia.
That's me every time. Hi, I'm Cassie Julia. I represent HD 65, which is half of Waterville.
Hi, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent House District 113, which is the neighborhoods of Stroudwater, Nason's Corner, and Riverton in Portland.
And I am Mark Walker, representing District 84, Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, and parts of Standish.
My name is Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy, and I serve as the ranking member.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is all of Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I am the House Chair of the committee.
And I am Chip Curry, the Senate Chair, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. And I don't think I said this at the start. This is the Housing and Economic Development Committee. So we'll get started with committee bills. And we're supported today by our analyst, Lynn Westfall, and our clerk, Sandlin Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have a packet in front of you. There's the white sheet with colors on it, and you have the purple, gold, and pink. So that's the materials I'm going to be talking to you about. If you start on the white sheet on the second and third pages, you'll recall that you had 3 reports and the committee voted for 5 committee bills out of those 3 reports. The second and third page with committee bills 3, 4, and 5 are already in process and will be at some point going to the floor of the House and the Senate to be referred back to you for you to hold public hearings and work sessions. So those are not the topic of discussion today. If we go back to the first page, you'll recall that there were 2 very large bills, which we've defined them as they're basically a mini recodification. So in the budget, you have Part RRR, which is transitioning authority from the Manufactured Housing Board to MOCA for the oversight and regulation of mobile home communities and the manufacture and installation of mobile home mobile homes. That is in the budget in Part RRR. What the reports said was, in addition to that, committee, and you agreed to do this, is update those laws regarding the regulation of, mainly the regulation of the manufacture and installation, and also the communities. So I began that work and I crafted up a 40-page bill that takes existing law and moves it and also adds some new provisions. That 40-page bill does not include any cross-references, changes that will need to be made, and is basically a mini recodification. And as I went through, and others in my office have gone through to create that mini recodification, there are several policy questions that have come up that would need to be answered by this committee before the bill could go to the reviser's office and be drafted for it to then come back to you for you to hold public hearings and work it. So as I was working on this, it became pretty clear that in a best case scenario, that 40-page bill would get to you at the end of March, leaving you, and that's the deadline for you to finish working, which not everyone meets, but it's still the deadline, is March 13th. So the likelihood that you could get a bill of this substance and work the 40 pages so that it came out to look like something that you would be willing to support and have passed is very, very slim. So last Friday, I had a conversation with the chairs, as did the director of my office, and presented that new information. And I have some suggestions on a path forward for the committee that does some of what the report suggested, and eventually does this mini recodification. So if I may, do you have
Please
questions
do.
about that part?
Yep, Representative Collmore.
Thank you. So what you're saying, excuse me, is that it's going to take too long to find all of the areas in statute because it's moving a big thing. But wouldn't that mean that RRR would also pose similar issues?
So RRR, and I've looked at RRR since we had this conversation, and I've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb to make sure if RRR is the only thing that's passed, that MOCA will have the authority to oversee manufactured homes and manufactured housing communities. And Part RRR does that. It takes the existing chapters of law, crosses off Manufactured Housing Board, and puts in office, meaning office, main office of community affairs. What it would do is transition the authority and leave the underlying law the same. MOCA would have to regulate the communities and the manufacturing installation just as Manufactured Housing Board does now. So it's that transition can happen under RRR, and as long as you transition the positions, and then that will be a complete and kind of a complete package in of itself.
Please continue.
So the proposal is to do, so you have two committee bills that are open for something for you all to do. The proposal, if you go to the pink and the gold sheets, is to do these two bills in the committee bill. The gold one is what could be called the low-hanging fruit, the things that were in the recommendations that can be changed in the existing chapters of law, that's 951 and 1953, to make some of the changes that were in the recommendation. One of the recommendations, and if you go to this sheet, if you look at what's orange here, those are the components that are in the gold bill. So this bill gives the Office of the Attorney General responsibility to enforce the laws and regulations for the communities. It makes the fixes in LD 1723, Representative Golick's bill from last year, that had to do with the mediation provisions for when there's a lot increase or a fee increase in the manufactured housing communities. It adds a requirement that a person purchasing a manufactured housing community pay for an inspection prior to the purchase. It amends the minimum lot sizes, and it allows homeowners to convert title from personal property of the home to real estate. So again, these are recommendations that came out of the report that you can move forward in a discrete bill. And when I say move forward, remember, you're not at this point saying you're in favor of this. You're just saying, please make it into a bill so it can come back, so we can have a public hearing and a work session and decide if these changes are appropriate. So would be bill number one. Bill number two is the pink bill. And on this sheet, it's the yellow. So this would be an emergency bill that exempts employers in the manufactured housing facility who are doing electrical or plumbing work from being licensed as master electricians, master plumbers, provided that their work is overseen, supervised by someone with the appropriate credentials. And again, this is not you at this time saying we're in favor of that. This would be saying, yes, please move that bill forward. That was a recommendation in the reports that is discrete enough that you can move that one forward. And then if you get to the third one, which is the purple one, the resolve, that would be a concept draft bill that is already in front of the committee. This is directing MoCA with the help from OPLA and the revisor's office during the interim to do that mini recodification and introduce legislation next session to come to this committee or to the committee that with respect to housing in the next legislature, and have that committee have a long session within which to consider the recodification, the updates to the policies, the updates to the way that the manufactured housing is overseen. So the purple one, that's going to go in an existing concept draft. So that's just for your information. So you know that there is going to be a bill introduced to this committee that would allow that work to go forward. But I do need you to agree, a majority of you to agree that instead of Plan A, which is 1 and 2 here, the mini recodification, that the committee bills that will come back to you are the gold and the pink.
Questions? Representative Calabon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess what I'm having a hard time understanding here, and maybe you could help me, is how are we going to do this in time, but we can't do the other part in time? Because it's still a lot.
So this, for example, is a 3-page bill, a 6-page bill, and a 1-page bill, as opposed to a 41-page bill. The work that happens, so first on the 41-page bill, I would need to take your time in the next 2 weeks to identify some of the various policy issues that you would need to decide before it can go to the revisor's office. So let's say we take next week and I bring you all those policy issues and you're able to decide, again, preliminarily, but still decide how you want certain policies to go. That would be drafted. It would go to the revisor's office. Every word in that 40-page bill and all the sentences, some of which were drafted in the 1980s, need to be updated to current drafting procedures. The revisor's office is going to find every ambiguity and inconsistency and ask, how do you want them fixed? And so all of those decisions will have to be made. It's a very arduous process. And under I think it's the joint rules. Recodifications, technically recodifications have to be proposed and the Legislative Council has to approve them before they happen. It's a new rule that was introduced I think for the second regular. I don't know if it was in the first regular. We kind of missed that because when this started, I wasn't even thinking that this was a recodification. So it's a lot of preliminary work behind the scenes before it would come to you.
Yes. Representative Mellon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree, a recodification is a long and arduous process. Done that in my other committee. I've seen it take place over the off session, even in between the first and second regular sessions with a subcommittee. I think you were part of. Would it be fair, Ms. Westfall, to consider the gold and pink bills, while not officially drafted, pretty much drafted?
Yes, if the committee today agrees to this, these will go to the revisor's office to begin processing. And given that they're amendments and not full new language, I think that they will be processed relatively quickly.
Any further discussion? Committee Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like this is a lot bigger task than what we were originally presuming. And given that, I even have questions looking at like already the pink sheet questions. Do we even know if the licensing boards are on board with the electrical and plumbing installation not being there? And I feel like the goal too is looking at doing more than just fixing a couple of the errors that we had identified, or things that were making it more challenging for our manufactured housing communities. This is adding a lot more to it. And I just don't feel like we have enough we have to be out in 2 weeks. And how are we supposed to really deal with this in a timely manner and not just have to come back and fix everything again in the next session like we keep having to do? So I won't be supporting us moving forward with these proposed bills. And I just wanted to say it's not because I don't think we need to do something. It's that I don't want to rush something and then we're doing more fix bills.
Is the committee ready for a vote? All those in favor of, this is a straw poll that we need to indicate. All those in favor of pursuing with the yellow and pink bills, raise your hand. Okay, opposed? That has a majority. We'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And for the committee's information, the concept, what is the concept draft that we're going to use for the purple sheet? It's I can't remember the number. It's mine. 364. Okay. So that will get on our public hearing. And if people are watching, that's the purple sheet, which is dealing with the resolve to charge MOCA and the legislative resources to do the recodification. All right. And I think I saw Ms. Patton. Oh, yes. Welcome.
So coming around to you now is language review. This has gone through Ross. It's a committee amendment finalized. Just need your thumbs up. It is LD 287, an act to require and encourage safe and interconnected transportation construction projects. This was an ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass. As you'll recall, the amendment removed section 1 of the bill and then retained section 2, which authorizes DOT to prioritize funding for projects that follow the criteria provided in section 1 of the bill. First 2 pages are the language. Back of the second page is fiscal note, and then the vote sheet is on the final page.
Anyone that is on the ought to pass report see any errors or anything inaccurate? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go to the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the first of 2 work sessions on the budget. The committee's recommendation to AFA is due on Friday. So today will be the opportunity for you to ask your questions to the agencies. Thursday will be focused on recording your votes on the recommendations. The agencies that I think I believe are present are FAME, DECD, Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, MOCA, and Maine State Housing Authority. They are the ones that had initiatives and language in the budget. You have this sheet, this document, which is, I believe, with those. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be getting 2 things. The report back template. You'll all recall, if you've done this before, that you get one some paperwork for the public hearing and then something totally different for the work sessions to vote on. No comment on my part about that. This is the document you will be using to ask questions and to vote on. The purple sheet that's attached, you'll remember that DECD had some amendments to 2 of their language sections. And so I copied that for you. So as you're going through the budget and the conversations, you'll know what they had specifically recommended be corrected in their language. I just want to reiterate, I have created a document that I will either share with you between now and voting that goes through part RRR, as I said earlier, and confirms that it will allow the appropriate transfer of authority from Manufactured Housing Board to MOCA. There are a few things that were missed. And I believe that MOCA will be also testifying on anything else that they have noticed that might need to be fixed when you make recommendations. So I have done that, and I will share that with you tomorrow so that you have it before the voting on Thursday. And after you've heard from everyone, if you want me to go through that, I am more than happy to. But again, you have FAME, DECD, Professional and Financial Regulation, MOCA, and Maine State Housing Authority. And I don't know what order you want to hear from now.
Okay, and we're, so the document that we got here, we're not
Not using that.
recommending following that.
Nope.
Okay, that's where all my notes are.
I understand that. Just,
Okay.
I will just
I'll be
say,
having them both open. Strategic mic usage. Representative Collmore.
I was going to say the same thing. All of my notes are in the white thing. So is there any way that when we're going through this, you could say that it's, A78 or, EE or whatever it is so that I can reference my notes and questions in here?
that is not something I have done for this work session. That's not something I have available right now, Bill.
We'll just work our way through it and figure it out. Okay, let's begin. And
So the first few pages are DECD.
mhm, let's start there.
Okay, so
And do we have a representative from DECD here?
you do have a representative from DECD here. So the first, the page 1 of the 51 is DECD, as is, let's see, on page 24 of 51 is language, part EEE. And
Well, the cover page that you presented for the public hearing also has like page 1, part J on 16 and part EE, page 19. So I think we can do this.
okay.
So welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mo Terry from the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you just said. Did you have a question to start with?
Nope.
Okay, I will tell you that you are getting 2 handouts. One are some questions that the committees had for the commissioner when you all heard this our initiatives in AFA the other day. The other half is a handout from the Department of Tourism, Maine Department of Tourism, which will sort of walk you through some of the spending initiatives that they have done over I think it's 2024, to give you an idea of what their spending looks like.
Okay. Excellent. Yep, Representative Collmore.
Thank you. So one of my questions around this is, I guess I'm confused as to why we would, I guess we'll call it, for lack of a better word on my part, I'm not impugning anything, steal money from this fund to give it to Loring, who hasn't been doing what we've been asking them to do to get themselves out of the hole they're in. I just feel like as a taxpayer who pays these taxes too, I pay them and the exorbitant amount that that percentage is, knowing that it's going to this fund, and I don't argue about it because of that. So why are we picking this fund when I want Canada to come back to Maine and I want the rest of the United States to come to Maine, and this is how we can help make sure that happens?
Understood. I will give an answer, understanding what the goal of this money is for. At this moment, we have money that is unspent in the department that can go to cover this. We also have I guess an uptick of what is coming into the department that's roughly the same amount. And the timing of how marketing is done is about, my understanding, it's about there's an 18-month lag as far as spending goes versus what's essentially in the bank. So I think the thought here is that this is something where we can take money from, and it's being replaced with something we weren't expecting anyway. So it's a place that the finance department found essentially some extra not lying around, that's not the right word, but some extra money lying there to be able to help Loring sort of pay for what it's in arrears for. And it's in arrears for a number of reasons. The number one thing is this water bill that's so exorbitant and that we see every year. And I think that also sort of marries with the ask for the extension of the JTIF, so they can keep that there, use that money to pay what they need to pay for economic development, and hopefully not have to ask us for any money anymore. I know I've been here for several years and it's a regular ask, and from what we understand, this would be the last ask, that the JTIF would be able to help with that.
Please.
Thank you. Yes, we hear every year it's the last ask, and so I don't believe them anymore.
Heard.
Because 6 years
Mhm.
I've been working on Loring
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
this committee. So that part I don't necessarily believe, but I feel as though, and maybe you feel differently, and that's okay, but I worry about the precedent this is setting, because it's a designated fund. It's not like the general fund.
Mhm.
And are we going to start seeing DECD pull from other designated funds to cover places that just can't cover themselves when they should be?
Understood. I would have to say, one never knows what's going to happen in the future, of course, but at the same time, I know that the department has been working for a really long time trying to make it so the folks up there are standing on their own. And generally speaking, for the folks that have been doing this work for a long, long time, they see this as a fix. Wish I could give you more than that.
I have a technical question. I think this is for the analyst. Where I remember seeing the Loring Office of Tourism change. Where is it? Is that part EE?
So on page 20, there is the part EE is
Where's that part J?
And that is on page 24. That's part EE.
Okay, so part J is the JTIF.
Yep. And part J is on page 20 to 21.
And then part EE is the language for removing the funds from the Office of Tourism.
Yes.
Okay. And that's 700,000. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Excellent. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the purposes of the Tourism Marketing Fund, the concern that I think that we all heard loud and clear, which is, very important to all parts of Maine, really, is will this budgetary movement actually change the amount we spend on tourism marketing for any of the budget years?
No.
So could you walk through why that is not the case?
There is another piece, and I think you all have it here, of so we get a percentage of the food and lodging tax as part of our budget. That is a rough equal, very rough equal to what that spending would have been. Does that make sense? So there's unexpected money coming in, so it shouldn't change the way that we have been doing business so far. And so far there will likely be increases in spending, of course, or inflation, et cetera, sorry. And we will be able to cover it with that.
I want that.
Please.
So are the contracts that govern the marketing efforts, are those in place already, or are those to be negotiated?
There are some that are in place now, and it's my understanding that it will be coming up for contract within the next year. I'm not sure exactly what the timing is. I can get you that answer for
If you
sure.
could provide
Yep.
some information on the timing of those contracts, and then one
Absolutely.
last question on that.
Yep.
And then into the longer term, I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear on this.
Mhm.
This does nothing to change how the funds will flow from the sales and lodging tax, 5% that flows into this fund. Those will continue to flow and accumulate as they have
Correct.
historically.
Yes.
So again, you're not anticipating any change based on the performance in the last year of visitation got a little softer, but spending went up. So
Correct. Yeah.
we've, okay.
So all things being said, if the work continues the way that it's been, we should expect to see that again next year.
And then one final on this.
You said
If I
that
could-
last time.
Sorry, if I could, I just wanted to see if we could see that fund, the flows in that fund in and out. Is it possible for you all to share that? If I'm not seeing it here, if it's somewhere, or if you have that, revenues year over year into that fund and then expenditures into that fund would be helpful.
So you have what the spending looks like for 2026 in your packet that I just handed out. Where it starts like fifth line down, a breakdown of FY25 budget, and it gives you it's not percentages, but it's actual dollars spent on marketing for this budget.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, page 2.
Ah.
Is that helpful?
And that's FY
That's
2026.
FY26, yes.
Yes. Some Coleman.
Thank you. I think I remember something from the public hearing. Was it last week? I can't keep track of.
I wasn't
I
even
think it
there.
was last
Yeah.
week. It was said that we keep hearing this as extra funding, but it's not extra funding. It's federal dollars that were awarded as part of a project or some kind of special, like we have extra money because the federal government awarded a grant, not because we're getting, revenue is going to go up, but costs are going up. And that's why revenue is going up. So wouldn't the cost also go up for tourism and their marketing because everybody's costs are going up? And is this actually a real gap? Is it actually an extra? It may be unallocated, but that doesn't mean it won't be needed.
Right, understood.
And I see all of this fluff stuff all the time when
Yeah.
I'm working with grants, and
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about what this might mean for their ability to actually attract people to our state.
I hear you. I'm gonna have to get back to you on the grant award piece. I don't know about that. That was not my understanding, but I could not have the right understanding, and I apologize. I wasn't able to be at the meeting in AFA last week. I think it was last week too. So I will talk to the folks that were there and see if I can get that question answered for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate the page four, I guess, of the first three. So I just want to get my head around what the administration is proposing for subsidizing Lauren.
Mhm.
Our current subsidy is 600,000 in the form of a 50% JTIF.
Correct.
And the proposal is which that expired, that's been going on for decades.
Mhm.
And when it's set to expire, I think we extended it 2 years.
I think you're right. Yep.
And kept, this is to extend it 5 years. And to take it up to 100%, so that would be an additional 600,000 to 1.2 million. And then on top of that, this year, to divert 700,000 for the tourism road, or the tourism budget. So it would be 1.9 million.
So some of that is for, some of those tourism dollars go towards, Loring, and some of it goes towards the Main Space Corp as well.
Okay, what portion goes to?
I think it's like, 550,000.
Going up from 600,000 in subsidy per warrant to 1,700,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, yeah. And part of that, what we're asking for is part of that is to essentially pay an old bill. And the other part of that is for continued economic development. The JTIF, using the JTIF dollars for continued economic development, using the, what formerly tourism dollars to pay for the water bill.
And remind me of the total tourism
700,000.
budget.
Oh, budget. Oh, gosh.
The state's budget.
I'm gonna have to get back to you with that exact dollar amount. I'm sorry.
So that's it. Thank you very much.
Do we need to go back to the whole thing?
No.
Okay. I will get you that amount though.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we had a very good meeting with Loring.
Yes.
I thought they're in a moving in a good direction. It's just a very big ask from 600,000 to 1.7 plus million.
Right.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since we're talking about the JTIF side of things now too, I had asked a question at the public hearing, and I'm hoping they provided you with the answer. If they didn't, if we could have it for Thursday, I would appreciate that. But I asked, who's losing the money? So I know it's coming out of the general fund,
Mhm.
but the money in the general fund funds something. So who are we stealing that from?
So I think the answer to that is everyone. The general fund has multiple uses, of course, and the money that did go or does currently go into the general fund is used for a number of things. There's no specific allotment for it.
So if I could follow up? Yeah, so I guess what I'm wondering is, where's the reduction happening? So if it's an extra $600,000, we have to take that $600,000 from something. So who isn't getting it from the general fund that's being allocated?
Gotcha. Again, I think the answer to that is everyone. Everyone, everything.
It's the last project on the AFA table that doesn't get funded, or the next project that doesn't get funded. Okay. Thank you. Are there, what other areas? I think, is that everything from DECD?
I think so, unless you all have more questions, and I'm happy to try to answer them or get you answers. Leave it to Lynn, actually.
Go ahead.
And the thing that distilling these final questions,
Mhm.
if there's money that came from a tourism recovery grant that came from the U.S. Economic Development Administration.
Mhm.
I understand, I know that there were many applications that went out to organizations throughout the state.
Yep.
If there is money left from that, if that's the question that we're really saying, that
Okay.
grant was provided to the state of Maine, the state of Maine Office of Tourism then ran a bunch of grant competitions and a lot of that money went out. If I'm just trying to see if this is that what the money
Is
that's
that why we
left is
have
what you're
that? Is that
talking
why we
about?
have
So,
that?
yes.
Understood. Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't well
Yep.
articulated, but.
I got you. And I will get the answer for that too.
And this will, I must confess my ignorance, this is the first time I'm hearing about the Maine Entrepreneurial Resource Corps Artificial Intelligence Program. Is that standing up a program? Is that, that's a 200,000 one time? Is that a new program?
I think I might be missing that. Where
Am
are
I
you seeing
not
that?
on the
I'm
right
sorry.
page?
No, you are.
Office of Innovation, page 1, 4.
Oh, yes. I actually, the folks from GoPIF will be able to answer that question.
Okay,
Right? Maybe.
all right.
I think.
I'll defer for a moment.
Sorry,
Any
thank
other
you.
questions for Terry? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. And I'll try to actually get these answers to you ahead of Thursday, so you
Great.
have time to look them over.
Thank you. Mr. Hubble?
Sorry, didn't mean to. put
Go
you on
ahead.
the spot.
I heard it. I saw a shrug that maybe you could answer this question.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with this organization or entity. Do they exist yet, or is this to make them exist?
First of all, Brian Hubble, Governor's Office, Policy
Thank you.
Innovation in the Future. Thank you. MTI, this is an existing MTI program. I
Okay.
don't mean to speak on behalf of MTI. They're perfectly capable of doing, but it is an existing program that this is providing some funding for.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like maybe this question is not super relevant, but I just want, there was a bill last session about creating some kind of task force to study cryptocurrency and digital assets. Does this have anything to do with that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was nodding my head prematurely. There was this is one of the recommendations that came out of the AI task force that was a result of the governor's executive order. So no, this has nothing
Okay.
to do with the legislation in that area.
Okay.
And I will add, I think put in your email boxes an overall view of all of those task force recommendations that are showing up in different committees in the budget, so you can get the overview of how those fit in.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cullimore, was that your question?
No, I
Okay.
didn't even know about that.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. What is the money being used for? Are we using it to fund an additional position, or we've lost him? Fund an additional position, or I see it
No.
says something about small grants
Yeah.
and courses, but how is that being set up? And is this an ongoing fund?
Yes, and it's an existing program. It's just that it provides relatively small grants to businesses. And really, I'm probably for real expertise on that program, should properly talk with MTI about it. But I just know the background on it because GoPIF coordinated that set of recommendations.
Thank you. I think that covers everything from DECD. I'm going to go next to FAME. And I'm actually going to work down the white sheet and then we'll go from there.
So just on the bluff colored materials, this is on page 2 is FAME. And then the language parts start on, I believe on page 24.
So 2 and 24. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Bill Norbert with the Finance Authority of Maine, and I'm happy to address these two items pertaining to FAME. The first one is really straightforward on page 2. This was a $500 placeholder for a program that has been eliminated. And so there's no need for the placeholder money anymore.
And on page 24?
This one is language that would extend the date to allow FAME to issue certain bonds for energy distribution system projects or energy generating projects. And it would push those dates out. They had sunset, and it would extend them to January 1st of 2040. And then there's also language that allows the PUC to issue approval for electric rate stabilization projects that FAME has worked on, extend that date to July 31st of 2040.
Representative Calamos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you again.
And you as well, Representative Colomar.
Is this the one I remember you saying has not ever given out money? And so,
Yeah, the
With
first
that.
part, not the electric rate stabilization, that gave out once, that gave out money. But the others, the first part, in Part TT, it's true that bonding authority had been on the books. It wasn't used. No project came to us and said, we'd like your help accessing favorable financing rates. And so it wasn't used and it's sunset. Why are we suggesting that it be reactivated? Well, we've had discussions in the off session with the Department of Energy. They wanted to know, what's on the books that you have that might help us out in conjunction with other financing tools around the state for energy related projects. So we let them know, looking at our statutes, that these two had been on the books, they'd never been used, and they'd sunset. So I guess we collectively thought it would be good going forward with the new department to at least, make these an option. And we'll see if there's interest.
may I follow up?
Please. do.
Okay, thank you. So this is really at the request of the Department of Energy, not that you guys said, oh, let's do this
Yeah.
program that didn't
Yes,
do
but
anything.
but we're happy to partner with them on this. Again, they were doing an inventory of state programs on the books and we pointed these out. So we're happy to partner with them and the PUC and others who might be involved with expertise on these matters. We have the financing expertise. We certainly don't possess the energy expertise.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Norbert? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And is Commissioner Cohen here? I just saw her. See if she's in the hallway, because she has been, and she's got like 2 things to say. And I'd love to get her in here before we hear from Maine Housing and Mocha, which might be more than 2 things to say.
So if you're going to DPFR next,
That was my hope, if she's available.
so if you go there, that's page 13. And 14 in the new material.
Okay. A second. Yep. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does any of the is it the RRR? That's the big one. Yeah. And does any of that touch her area as well? Or it's just giving the authority to MOCA, so it's not touching her department?
I believe that there are going to be positions and funding transferred from DPFR into MOCA. And on page 13, that's the first and second initiatives on that page are transferring funds out of DPFR to MOCA. As is the initiative that's on page 14.
Well, I don't want to, I was going to just shift over to main housing and then we'll come back to it.
Oh, okay. I just have questions about aligning these with
Yep.
the other initiatives, and I figured while we were waiting for her to come in, we could ask.
I don't see her, so I was gonna
Okay.
move on to main housing and then we'll come back. So, all right, it was an idea. So, we'll go up to invite Mr. Jorgensen up to the front.
And
Jump
on the
into
new
Main Sta-
material, Main State Housing is on page 3 and again on starting on page 15.
3 and 15. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Eric Jorgensen from Main State Housing Authority.
Good to see you again. And if you could walk us through I think I'm on page 3 and page 3 of 51, A17.
Okay.
Is that your start,
Yes,
or
sure,
did you have plans of doing it in a different way?
I'm happy to do it however you like. So,
Go ahead.
well, the shelter operating subsidy is money that comes in through to support the homeless shelters in the state. It's awarded through a formula that goes through provides both operating, takes into account operating, it takes into account the number of beds, and there's also a performance initiative part of it that actually accounts for the how many people are actually put into more permanent housing from the shelters. And it's got, this has not increased in about 10 years. And is that anything you want me to know, anything else you want to know about this? I mean, I actually thought we were doing LD 916 today, so I apologize.
Oh, 916. So, oh, yeah, that's all right. Thank you for being here.
I'm happy to be here.
So the current amount is 1250 and we're taking up to 1.5. Am I reading that correct?
Yes, it's these are permanent increases, so it's going to be $1.2 million in the 25-26 year, and then 1.5 million starting in 22.
So these are the increases. And the current level, do we know what the current level is?
I can provide that for you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a $0 mark in 24-25, so I'm wondering, is this brand new funding that didn't exist before?
This is an increase on the existing shelter operating subsidy. So that I think it's just the initiative is new money, but the subsidy has been going before now.
So
there's a baseline amount that's not included. This is just the initiative here.
So no increase in 2024, 2025, and based on your testimony or the justification, no increase since 2016.
Correct.
When it was established, or
Yes.
no? It was
No,
last
it was
raised.
established. That was the last time it was raised.
Last raised in 2016, and that 0 represents no raise, no increase, but what we don't have is what's the current level. And then it's an increase in 1250, 2025, 2026, and then another increase of 150. Okay, or 1,500,000. Thank you. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What would this bring? I can't remember from your testimony. We heard a lot that day in housing. What would this bring the per bed amount up to?
Well, it's currently at around $7 and something, and I think this would bring it up around 10 or 12, I think. But I'm not sure. I apologize for not knowing that.
So when we heard the $19 per, that was adding on the other bill that was tying it to the transfer tax,
I believe so.
which was trying to get up to $19, or maybe $19 might also have been the bill we had last year. Which, because I remember 19 coming up.
I can
7 to
provide you with
19.
an analysis of that if
Okay,
you'd like.
thank you very much. Excellent. Yes, Representative Lickner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Jorgensen. So for this funding, are shelters that receive general assistance funding, are they eligible for this subsidy as well?
I believe so, yes. I mean, the way you become a shelter that gets into the subsidies, you've got to achieve a certain level of, you got to meet some certain federal benchmarks, which allow us to use HUD money toward them. And some of them also receive, I think they all receive general assistance in some way.
Great, thanks.
Great. And then I have, so that's the shelter operating subsidy. The next one I have is Emergency Housing Relief Fund Program.
That's starts on page 15 of the gold materials.
Thank you. Page 5, if you're on the, going on the other one. Okay. So that is. So that's Z340. So what we're looking at there.
That's right.
Okay.
So the Emergency Housing Relief Fund has two components. There's the Community Aging in Place component, which is a $2 million allotment that's going to be provided in the first year. And that just will support the Community Aging in Place program, which is an existing program to provide grab bars and other types of small modifications for homes. And then the rest of it is $12 million, which is going to continue the emergency housing relief program that we've had for the last 4 or 5 years, which does things like shelter funding, emergency warming shelters. It provides other types of homeless assistance. But part of that is it's a relatively flexible fund that can be used for to meet housing needs as they come up.
Okay. And I kind of have the same questions on all of these, which is what's the current funding levels on, I imagine Community Aging in Place has a current funding level.
Community Aging in Place got cut significantly this last year because of the fact that the Home Fund has a 2-year cut that's been put through by the legislature. And so this was a bill that was put in to try to sort of offset the cost of that cut for 2 program years, $1 million each year. So that'll bring that back to where it was. And then the other program is the Emergency Housing Relief Fund, which I believe is largely expended at this point. It's been fully spent down there, and there may be a little bit of money left, but not much. And that's been used for things like, you can think about the Lewiston housing or the Lewiston shelter. That is the large shelter that's there, that's just about to start, the first time in the city's history that they've had a full-time homeless shelter. And then there is going to be it provides also all the warming shelters that are around the state during the year.
And is this funding, was this prior state funding or was it prior federal funding?
This is funding that started off with Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan money, and it's been extended and using general fund funds, and that's where it came from.
Yeah. So one then the other. Great, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this also the fund I'm trying to reach back into last year that helps support the youth who may be suffering from, their parents are homeless, so they are homeless, and it helps find them placement, or is that a different program I'm thinking of?
I'm thinking you might be thinking of the Student Homelessness Fund that gets delivered through high schools. But the people in that program also benefit from this, I would assume, because they also are working within the homeless system.
And does this only apply to the ESHAP programs, or is this something that goes to anybody and everybody who's trying to help?
The Emergency Housing Relief Program, there's different things in it. So, I mean, if you had if you had a warming shelter, for example, it would be looked at on a very different level of kind of criteria than if it was a permanent shelter, which would be in the ESHAP program. Yep.
And so let's go on to 0442, Housing Authority.
Okay, this is some funding that will come out of the comes out of the rainy day fund, and it's funding that is being put together for 3 different programs: the Rural Affordable Rental Housing Program, the LIHTC Match Program, and the Affordable Homeownership Program. And my testimony, I think, had a lot of information on this, and if I had that in front of me, it would be much better.
We have.
I apologize for not having that here. But this is really just money that would be used for those 3 programs to continue them along. And those are our 3 big signature sort of state-funded programs. And they there's the other thing about this, which I talked about, was that this would also include it also favors projects involving wood fiber insulation, heat pumps, with consideration for those that utilize a modular housing approach. We think those are all good things. We just want to make sure that the surge of activity that would be provided by a fund like this would be not too much to wouldn't overwhelm those particular resources, which are currently relatively, they're limited providers of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I want to check in with the committee members, just make sure that this is useful for you in terms of going through. Obviously, we had a public hearing on this. We were there. We heard your testimony. Is my perspective, we're just kind of doing a check-in on this, reminding ourselves of that. But if it's not helpful, we can do this in a different way.
Try to get.
I'm open to that, but it feels like just walking through each of the initiatives and hearing it again and answering questions in this format is useful. Representative Colombo.
Thank you. Yes, I find it very helpful, especially since we have to use a new packet, so I need to make new notes. The question I have that just popped into my head from last week, on the second initiative here, reference 291 on page 16 in the middle there, $10 million. I had asked a question about the area median income and what we're considering middle income housing. And I'm interested to know if you had looked more into why we are sticking with such a low percentage when I provided some math about the income. I don't know where my notes are on that, so I must have put it on a piece of paper that's in another file somewhere.
Well, I just got my testimony, so I'm very happy about
Yay. So I had asked about that because what AMI is for my area plus how much a home would cost puts I want to say you have to have an income of somewhere around $80,000, which is like 220% of the AMI. And, I don't make that kind of money, so I couldn't even afford a new home in my own hometown. And, are we looking at reevaluating that percentage? Because $10 million is a lot of money. It's also not a lot of money. And I don't feel like we're actually serving the middle income families anymore at those percentage rates.
I don't know, but let me say this, we had one of our largest years ever last year in terms of this program, in terms of first-time home buyers getting out to buy houses. And we did over 1,000 last year of these mortgages. So people are finding them. They're mostly in areas that are off the coast. They're in areas that are up in, mostly in inland areas. And I think the point about that is that the amount of money that for our mortgages, there's a limit to what we can do in terms of the federal law that sets the amount we can lend to. So you have to be above, I think it's 120% AMI, or you have to be below 120% AMI in your region in order to qualify for a mortgage that is used, that this program provides. So that's what the federal government sets in terms of, we use tax exempt bonds to finance that. So that's what that would be. So, I mean, we are having a lot of mortgages go out in your region or in regions around the state but it's tough to buy a house right now for everybody. I mean, it's true.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarity, are we still talking about the 37.5 million on reference number 290, or did we move on to reference number 291? Cause I feel like we're talking about two different things here, I think.
Oh,
No.
I
So the one you're referring to was not the one I referenced. I referenced 291 when I asked the question, and it has the 120%. So that's what I was asking about. And what I had asked about in the public hearing. So
Okay,
I
so-
think he answered my question.
all right. I see there's two different things here. There is the first part of it was the question, the 37,500,000 for those three programs that are currently operating using the income limits that we have. The second bunch, the second question you had asked was about the middle income program, which is a new program. That would be something that we could provide a higher level, because we're using state money in that, it would provide a higher level of subsidy. Or we could serve a higher level of income, rather.
Thank you. And that percent number, there's no limit from the federal perspective. It would be a limit from our policy decision. Correct?
I mean, when you're defining
120 to
middle income,
150.
yeah, that would be your decision on that.
Great. All right. Thank you. Perfect. Chair Gear.
And this is sort of saying this out loud on mic. The current funding for the Rural Affordable Rental Housing Program, the Affordable Home Ownership Program, and the Maine's Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program to be funded with the 37.5 million will not have any funding without this appropriation. Is that correct?
Correct. Those three programs have been functioning for several years now, and they are all out of money at this point. So this is going to continue those programs.
So in this case, at 24, 25, or they're out. There's no ongoing money. Thank
They
you.
are correct. Yeah, there was no money appropriated in 24, 25, I don't think, but this is an initiative. Well, I think there was,
Yeah.
but this initiative here is simply the 25, 26 initiative for 37,500,000.
Great. And then reference 292. Oh, 291, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, I've brought this up several times and just exploring the possibility in 291 for this new funding of creating a revolving loan fund. I'm just wondering if we could review any kind of language, or if there's some progress on that.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Representative. Yeah, we have come up with some draft language that I sent to Chair Gear, I believe, this morning or this afternoon. And I think I was figuring we would talk about that during the 916 discussion. But we definitely think there's a good way of potentially doing a revolving loan fund that would allow that money to be recycled.
Thank you.
It may not, I mean, the trick is going to be to see about, you have to have enough money, you have to sell the property for enough to recoup the loan and then still be somewhat affordable. So it's like, we haven't been able to figure out if that number, if that would actually work in every case, but I think, we've got some ideas about how it could probably work.
Sure. And last up is reference 292. I think is that last? Or there's okay.
Affordable, so 292 is,
The pilot program for construction new homes in mobile home parks.
okay, yes, the infill and expansion program. This was really about the idea that it would take a relatively small amount of subsidy per unit to accomplish a project like this. The idea is, many mobile home parks in Maine have unused land or undeveloped lots mixed in with them that could be really used for affordable housing. I think the challenge here is that developing those lots is often really difficult. And I could go into that. I talked a little bit about that in my testimony, but really when you create the new pads and the hookups and that sort of thing, it's not technically a very difficult thing to do. But what it is, the nature of these projects makes obtaining a construction loan from a commercial bank difficult. And it's the sort of thing, the development is a road with some electrical and some infrastructure and some pads, and it's very hard to value it, and it's not a conventional thing. So it's a non-traditional asset. So this particular funding would help prevent that from, this particular funding would allow that to go forward, to do some of this work in that area to help with that kind of funding, the park expansions and the infill. And the more lots you can get into a park, the more you can spread the costs out, the more you can provide the affordable housing, but it's also good for everybody there. And I would just say that this was a recommendation that came out of the LD 1765 task force that looked at ways to increase affordability and stability in manufactured housing communities.
So I think I'm excited by this one. However, I'm also a little scared of this one. And I think the scare is that what we've seen is fairly, bad actors looking at our mobile home communities as communities of trapped people that they can exploit. And I want to make sure that that we're having strong affordability covenants on this, that we're not just investing in something today that 5 years from now
Will be flipped.
are being flipped, and now they got, we've got people that can't move and their rents can be doubled and all of that. So I think there's a good policy place here, but I'm concerned that we got to do this smart. And
Absolutely.
So how do we do this? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, if you look at the Blippi here, this does talk about the fact this $7.5 million would be used to support expansion of parks through infill expansion or new development with restrictive covenants on the new units to assure affordability. So that's important in terms of our thinking about this. You find that on page 46 of the budget document. But we think that is very important about you structure these things so they can't just be flipped.
Mhm. What kind of covenant are you thinking about in terms of how many years?
I don't know, but I could look into that if you want.
Great, thanks. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this a loan or a grant program? It's not clear in the description.
Well, I think it provides subsidy that would be going into a process or go into the project. I think this would be sort of probably, I don't know. I could find out about that.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd like to know if it's getting paid back or if we're giving it to them.
Thank you. Does that wrap up all the state housing initiatives?
There are several language provisions.
Okay.
Some of them relate to what you've just talked about. They start on page 20. The part F does not relate to an initiative. This is allowing in a state of an emergency for the governor to distribute 1.5 million from the stabilization fund to Maine State Housing for payments for emergency heating assistance. So that's the part F language.
What page are we on? Sorry.
This is
Page 20.
page 20 of the old sheets. And then
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this to, like, we had the emergency where LIHEAP ran out of money? This would fill that?
Well, this would not provide LIHEAP money, but one of the keys to doing LIHEAP is to have people taking applications all through the season. And so last year, for instance, when there was a federal shutdown, we ended up, there was a time when it looked like we might be stopping being able to take applications. That we had pre-funded that a bit, but we were nearing the end of that. Luckily, the shutdown resolved. But the problem is when you lose the people who take the applications, the program develops a big hole. A lot of the CAAs will actually probably have to lay people off, and it's very possible they won't be able to come back when you try to hire them back at the end. So not only would it really slow the program down, it would make it so there is more of a delay when the program gets funded up or started up again afterwards. So what this is really is just a chance to provide a no-interest loan from the state to offset the cost of the administrative costs of taking applications and that sort of thing. Doesn't provide benefits for people, but that would come in when the money came in. That when the money would come in from the federal government, this loan would be paid off and the benefits would be paid out of that. So this is simply an administrative thing that it would have been a real mess if the budget impasse last year had gone further. And this just would prevent that, and it would be an extra sort of level of security in the event of a longer shutdown. And this would also be something that would it provides up to $1.5 million, and that would be paid off as soon as the money came in from the feds.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that explanation. But what I'm concerned with is the only way it can happen is in a declared state of emergency. So the government would have to shut down, let's say, and then the governor would have to declare a state of emergency because of the federal shutdown in order for this to happen?
I believe so. The language, we didn't come up with that particular language, but I think that's just standard for something like this. I
Okay.
mean, it's mostly, I think it's not something to be done lightly. We don't want to be taking money out of the emergency fund for any reason other than a real dire emergency. So the government would, this does make sense to us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the other language is, let's see, we're on page 21. So if you turn to page 21, you have part of part T. You'll see section T15 and T16. One is allowing a state controller to transfer 55 million before June 30th of this year to Maine State Housing. And the T16 is allowing the state controller to transfer 14 million to the Emergency Housing Relief Fund program, again, before June 30th of 2026. And I don't recall anything about those.
So those two things are just offsetting accounting things that actually fund other parts of the budget that we've already talked about. So the $55 million in Part T, the start of it was that will pay for, let me just see. Yeah, here's what DAF's had me say. Main housing section of this begins on page 45. Sections T15 and T16 provide a total of $69 million to support a number of existing housing programs as well as some new initiatives. And those are the items that we talked about earlier, such as the rural affordable, all the construction, the housing production projects, rural affordable rental housing, affordable homeownership, middle income, and mobile home park expansion money.
So this is not additional to all the stuff we've talked about. This is
That's the
move.
mechanism to
This is the
fund it.
mechanism to move it out of the stabilization fund.
Correct.
I'll have to remember that for some of my other priorities. Write that down. So, all right, so that moves it and then we get it over.
Yep. So I think what that means is the initiative, the language for T17, which is 37 million, that refers back to the reference 290. On the next page, on page 22, you have 10 million. That is reference number 291. Then you have 7.5 million, which references 292. Then you have 2 million, that was reference 296. And then you have 12 million, that reference 297. I'm on page 23. And then I haven't found on the bottom of page 23, the 500,000. That's in MOCA. Never mind. Don't look at T21.
Okay.
So up until then,
Thank you.
those are all, yes, thank you. Perhaps those equal 69
They should.
million.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Seeing no other questions for you. Thank you for wait a minute, did we get? Yeah, we got it all. All right, thank you. And then we'll jump over to Commissioner Cohen, unless you would like to go after Mocha. You're good sitting there.
Yeah.
All right, I was trying to get you out of it. It was pretty quick the other day. But okay.
So Mocha starts on page 4 of the tan colored material. And then there's some in the language part, but we'll start with page 4.
Welcome, Director Horn.
Thank you.
Happy to go over my very simple budget with you.
Thank you. The handout coming around.
Yep. The handout is related to additional items that I would like to request the committee add to the report back.
Okay. And can you, Lynn, can you remind us where we are on the page?
Yes, so it starts on page 4 and Mocha continues through through page 12. So from 4 to 12 are the initiatives. And then language, and then page 18, because we have to separate them.
Yeah.
And then some of the language, the part RRR.
Great. Thank you.
So I recognize that some of these things are housekeeping, and so would you like me to go through these in order and just talk through them, or how
I
would you
would say
like?
if it's housekeeping, let us know that and just describe it and we'll just keep, and
Okay.
maybe we won't have many questions, but that might be the best way to go. I'm
Okay.
making this up. Representative Callamore.
It would be very helpful to me, especially for the position moving, if you could reference the initiative that we're taking versus what we're getting, so that I can say, oh, this one goes with this one. And I'm not thinking it's a brand new position when I have to talk to people about it later.
Okay. Fortunately, Mr. Hubble just did a little crib note for me on that, so I think I can answer your questions.
He knows me so well.
So it's a brand new position. Okay, great.
All right, so starting at the top of page 4 of the report back packet, the Community Resilience Partnership. This is transferring one position from the Community Resilience Partnership to the State Resilience Fund. Now, this is, and also the all other. So this is the first one of many that are about this shift from a fund that was created under MOCA when there was no State Resilience Fund. But the Bureau of the Budget now feels that as LD1 created the State Resilience Fund, these accounts are properly under the State Resilience Fund.
Mhm.
So this does not change anything other than what number we put on invoices.
Okay. So this is one of those. that
Right.
we're Just moving it to a different account.
Right.
All right.
Okay, next one, Division of Building Codes and Standards. This is a reclass. That was an employee initiated reclass. So that's just funding from the existing account, the OSR account, the reclass.
Hmm.
The next item is transfers of 2 employees from the Manufactured Housing Board, and the crib note I got is that this is related to initiative number 628 on page 13. And so these 2, there are currently 4 positions in the Manufactured Housing Board staff. We're proposing that 2 of them transfer to the Division of Building Codes and Standards, and 2 of them transfer to the Housing Opportunity Program.
Mhm.
So these are the two inspector positions, and we're proposing that they transfer to the Division of Building Codes and Standards. And Mr. Gilbert is here, the state building official, so if we need to go into detail at any point, we can. The next item is transferring all other funds. So this is the $22,000 that the Manufactured Housing Board gets from HUD for the services that the state provides in being a state partner for HUD Code Homes.
It's a very tiny amount.
That is a very tiny amount. That is true.
Okay.
The next item at the bottom of page 5 is.
Yep. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. What does this relate to for the transfer out?
Thank you. Sorry. Number 626 on page 13. Thank you. The next one uses fee revenue from fees associated with Manufactured Housing Board activities to establish a position in the Attorney General's office. And this position is intended to be dedicated to housing issues. A lot of it will be regarding enforcement issues on things that are currently regulated by Manufactured Housing Board, but they also will be able to serve other housing related functions as well. And so this is in part of the purpose of this is to I think of the work from the Manufactured Housing Board coming over to MOCA in kind of 3 buckets. One is building codes, factory inspection, sort of the nuts and bolts of how things get built. Another is the communities, licensing of communities, assistance for communities, referrals for folks who live in communities. And then a third bucket is enforcement. And so this is to facilitate that enforcement bucket.
Representative Cullimore.
So is this one of the new positions
Correct.
being requested? Thank you.
Okay.
The next one establishes another new position. And this is, again, other special revenue funds from the fee revenues. But this is for the Division of Building Codes and Standards. So this is from fee revenue that will be generated, you'll see in Part RRR. This is a circuit rider, so someone who's an expert in building codes to answer questions for communities, for the industry, to travel around and help solve knotty building code problems. Mr. Gilbert tries to do that as best he can with the time he has, but he's essentially doing 3 jobs at the moment, in effect. And so he can't provide the level of service that he would like to the public, the industry, or to municipalities. So the intent of this position, which is fully fee revenue funded, is to have someone who's dedicated to that kind of activity.
And my head's been in mobile home communities, but this is broader. Now we're back to all
Correct.
communities.
This is all building codes, and the funding for this comes from the increase in the plan review fee that's dedicated to MOCA from 4 cents per square foot to 6 cents per square foot. And this is when the fire marshal's office reviews a plan for fire safety, for life safety, for a public building, that's where that money's coming from.
Excellent. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And does the successful execution of this position by a person, at least in part, depend on our ability to make building codes more consistent and communicable to folks around the state?
I think that as we undertake the project of looking at all of the codes, so the current codes we have in Division of Building Codes and Standards that MUBAC regulates, then the non-building codes like shoreline zoning, and there are regulatory reforms happening there as well. Plus, when we put Manufactured Housing Board rules into all of that and look across all of them and start seeing where we can streamline, that will just make this person's job easier. Of course, there will never be enough of this person to go around for anything anyone might want from them, but this is a step in the right direction. And as we simplify the codes that they're trying to explain. It will just make their job easier and make their time spread more broadly. The next one, is.
Just remind us where you are. You at
So
reference
on
two fifty-one?
Page 6, reference 251, yes.
Okay, thanks.
This is transferring the other two positions, and so it's, this is connected to number 629 on page 14. This is transferring the other two positions from the Manufactured Housing Board to MOCA, and this time into the Housing Opportunity Program. So this is bucket number 2. This is the community side, the manufactured home community side. And so in this program, it would be licensing of communities, referrals, technical assistance, policy work, that sort of thing. And that's in conjunction with the existing Housing Opportunity Program staff. So the duties, they would be working together with existing HOP staff to figure out who's got the skills to do each piece of that puzzle.
Would they have a specialty on manufactured housing communities?
This position will have a specialty on that,
Mhm.
but I think that to the degree that that kind of work intersects with, say, comp planning
Mhm.
or other kinds of housing regulations, them being able to work with the existing HOP staff will mean that they'll be able to cross those silos.
Great. Chair Gear?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is something, I understand that we're transferring 2 positions from the MHB into HOP. I also say there's a lot more communities that, you know, if we only have 2 HOP people doing all the other work, you know, really thinking about what the right balance there is, I think would be, and how the work, you know, cross training, whatever it might be, to make sure that people can do multiple jobs, because it seems like I'm not sure if anything in this plan provides more capacity to the existing HOP staff and the work that they do, but want to make sure that you're thinking about that balance.
I think that, I mean, that's a great point. No, nothing in this provides additional capacity to the existing HOP program, other than there's a reclass later that is related to, now that there would be more people in the group, we need a leader of that group. But what I think is going to happen, especially at first, when we're going to, assuming this goes forward as proposed, we would be operating the program in some way, similar in some ways to the way it operates now. And so we are going to have to be working across programs, you know, Division Building Codes and Standards folks and the HOP folks, we are all going to have to pitch in to make that work. But I think that that's how MOCA works anyway. You know, we all figure out how we can pool our resources to tackle a problem. So if there's a housing issue that Municipal Planning Assistance Program can help with, they step in and help with that. If there's a coastal related issue, the coastal program may step in. So we try to pull resources from lots of different places in the agency and our partners to address issues. So I can't say that there's an increase in the HOP capacity from this, but I think that just there's enough overlap between communities who are trying to solve housing problems and manufactured housing communities that there's going to be a gain in any case. And we could, as we come through the study and get to the next legislature with like the bigger structural change, we can revisit that discussion about how are we allocating resources and do a check-in with the next legislature about what we can cover and what we have gaps on, and they can address whether they'd like to see additional capacity in that program.
Thank you. And I say this because I know how hard you and your team are working to, you know, get MOCA up off the ground and, you know, make sure that we're addressing housing needs. So in the spirit of that, you know, one of the challenges we've had that I've been working on over the last 6 years is we never had a policy home for housing. And so therefore it's easy for it to fall through the cracks, I guess is what I'm saying. So, you know, I think that's one of the things that it'll be really important moving forward, that we really think through constantly, you know, if we're doing this climate thing over there, but there's a housing component, like how are we, you know, really feeling confident that we have the level of staffing and the level of proactivity, not just responding to, hey, if somebody asks a question about housing, but to say, you're working waterfront. You know, do you have ways for the people working there, places for them to live nearby? Like making sure you're driving that conversation forward a little bit more
Mhm.
proactively.
Mhm.
And so again, just trying to say that, knowing that, you know, these folks are going to have a lot on their plate. So.
Thank you.
Next.
So number 246 is housekeeping. This is an error from the prior budget where some money that had been dedicated to Climate Corps, the allotment for that did not make it into the prior budget. So they're trying to just be able to use money that had already been assigned to them.
Okay, next.
260, the floodplain program is the MOCA to State Resilience Fund account thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Which one does this line up with?
This is moving from the MOCA budget to the State Resilience Fund. Is there 264 on page 10 says the Oracle.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Excellent.
All right, and then 261 should be the same. Yeah, that should be the reference 265 on page 10. All right. 184. 184, yep.
Okay, those
Yeah.
are just movement. And 247.
Well, let's see, I'm on it's interesting, mine skips to 239.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, page 7A should be inserted.
Oh, 7A, thank you. Sorry about that.
We have.
That's 247. Oh, this was an error. So what happened was there are two positions like this where the budget last year, the budget initially proposed extending and making permanent a position. In the end, what happened was that it was extended but continued as limited period. And those two different actions didn't get cleaned up with each other. And so there's a head count that's floating around that shouldn't be floating around. So this is a cleanup of head count from two different budget initiatives that didn't quite mesh.
So we're dropping one position that really never should have been.
Exactly.
Okay. And wasn't filled.
Correct.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so then 239, is that where we are? Page 8, 239?
239, yeah.
This is because when MOFA was created, there was a sort of a placeholder, $20,000 for our service center fees, but that's not realistic in terms of what our service center charges are. And so this adds money to bring us up to 50-50 between federal DICAP funding of the service center and general fund funding of the service center. I'm happy to go into the service center, what they do and everything, if that's of interest to anyone on the committee, but I figure you
I think
probably
we've covered that in past times, so
Okay.
I think we're good. It's a formula you get, right? Of
they figure out how much they spend on each agency and then bill us for that.
Yeah.
And in this first couple of years, because we didn't have history, the director of the service center and I agreed on a figure. And then we'll adjust it for the biennial. So this gets us up to half of that figure that he and I agreed on as paid for by general fund. And then I have enough in my DICAP account to pay for the other half.
okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so on record here, this would take what was originally $20,000 and now it's going to increase it to a total of $67,500.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, 240. Speaking of DICAP, this is like on the high side, but this is what we might possibly have from a DICAP account revenue in fiscal 27. So it's just a placeholder allotment for whatever we actually do bring in federal revenues.
Help me understand what DICAP is.
So when we receive a grant from the federal government, we're allowed to charge indirect.
Mhm.
And we're using the de minimis rate, so that's typically 15%, although in the case of the NOAA CRRC grant, we have a 10% indirect rate. So that comes in, and in normal years, there's two pieces to that. There's a DICAP charge and a state cap charge. And the DICAP is money that comes to the department for the operation of our service center costs or copiers or conference rooms, whatever. And the state cap is the internal service fee for the building maintenance and that sort of thing. And so we take that 15% in, controller's office takes off the state cap, whatever that ends up being for a calculated rate. And then what's left, the 12-ish% or whatever, we deposit and then can spend on all of our fixed expenses. And so this number is the outside of what we potentially could raise from that indirect on the federal grant.
Great. Thank you. Representative Calhoun.
Thank you. So just so that I'm clear in my own notes here, what this is doing is allowing you to accept those funds.
Allowing
Because-
us to spend them.
To spend those funds
Yeah.
from the account that we've already accepted it into.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, 241, do you have the cross reference for that?
Page 11.
267 on page 11. Thank you, Brian. This one is positions that are grant funded. And again, this is moving from a MOCA account to a state resilience fund account. It's just that cleanup.
Good.
The next one is substantive. It's the governor's AI commission recommendations. There was a recommendation for this is an annual ongoing fund to provide assistance to communities, municipalities in particular, to help them start using or to refine their use of artificial intelligence. And there is mentioned in here a priority toward expedited permitting for housing development and improved cybersecurity. But I think that that's a priority, and there may be other uses for the funds in terms of AI needs that communities have. And we would envision this be a mix of a grant program to municipalities and potentially also some contracts to establish technical assistance materials that all communities could use, especially at the outset if there aren't good baseline materials for communities to use. And then as we get into further years, I would see this being primarily grant focused.
Okay. Representative Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the AI commission stuff, so as part of that commission recommendations that happened, which I haven't seen that report, so I'm going in blind here and I apologize for that.
That's okay. And we can get that for you if that would be helpful.
That would be, because I don't have enough on my plate. I would really love to read that report, but I'm actually being serious, and I'm sure people in the room know how serious I am about reading
There is a
that.
summary of recommendations, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So what you're thinking with this is working with communities. So you would act as, you'd have somebody who is expertise in AI, and they would work with communities to then help them maybe use AI to go through the permits that they receive and then use that for the data, like, oh, this one needs DEP, this one doesn't, this one will be faster for us to put on the next planning board calendar. Or is that what the vision is for this?
I would say, I don't believe we would plan to hire an expert to be an employee. I think that we would be providing funds for municipalities, groups of municipalities, regional councils, however municipalities would like to move forward to hire people who can help them with that. Or we might put together, we might hire somebody to put together a guide or a model program or something like that. So this is not meant to be the state providing an employee who's going to provide technical assistance. This is meant to be, at least in part, similar to the Community Resilience Partnership, where communities, once they do an assessment, they can apply for action grants where they can then implement things that they've, in their assessment, they've decided that they need.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if this might be, and this, you don't have to answer now, it can be for Thursday, but I'm wondering if it's too restrictive by stating supporting municipalities. Because what if the COGs are actually the better ones to receive funding to support the municipalities in their area? $350,000 is not a lot of money, especially with new programming and stuff like that. And AI is huge.
Yeah.
And anybody who uses it knows how big it is and how important cybersecurity is around that. So I'm just kind of spitballing here about, do we need to add in here something that allows it for you to provide the grant to the COG who then works with communities that are interested in doing the
I
AI?
think that would be allowed under this language in the sense that the Community Resilience Partnership has a service provider grant category where if there's an organization that has received interest from a municipality and can document that they are working directly with a municipality and on the municipality's behalf, they can receive an award. So I think that that's covered in here.
And I do believe also our Sandlin had sent around the AI initiative, budget initiatives summary. So we have that in our inbox. We just got that. So thanks, Sandlin. Other questions right now? Go ahead.
Under municipal planning assistance, this is another headcount correction. There were two. This is the second one where there was a position that was proposed to be made permanent in the DACF budget that sort of made it through, but really in the end, what happened was it was in MOCA, it was continued as limited period. And so this headcount doesn't really go with this position. And so it caused a headcount deficit in the DACF account where it shouldn't have been a deficit. So this is just fixing that.
That's number 245 here on.
Correct.
So that's the
Yep.
head count and then the funding for that below.
Number 263, where's the GoPIF crosswalk, Brian? Do you have it or is it? Okay, so the crosswalk to this will be in the SLG packet. What we're doing here is there's a current employee of GoPIF who has been working on projects and off of federal funding that was primarily serving projects that GoPIF was working on. And that employee's responsibility, they were working frequently with the Community Resilience Partnership. As that person continues to work on CRP and now is becoming, we're transitioning the funding. So they're starting to be funded from the Community Resilience, the Regional Challenge Grant that MOCA is administering. We would like to move that position over because they are working on things that MOCA is working on, and we anticipate transitioning them to funding that is in MOCA's accounts. And so it's a more rational home for that position.
Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is something that state and local government is going to see as a negative, and we're seeing the positive.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have the reference for this one? Oh, Linda's. 260, page 7.
261.
So this is one you already referenced.
Yeah,
So this is just the
page
Okay.
7. Okay, so
We've
this
already-
is the MOCA umbrella to the State Resilience
Mhm.
Fund thing.
then
Um,
66.
Okay, now 266, yeah, this is another State Resilience Fund move.
We already covered this.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have that reference? That was from way back at the beginning. That was the Community Resilience Partnership one. Yeah, yes, exactly. 244.
So reference 244.
Yep, page 4.
Okay.
So the next one is another state resilience fund transfer, and it's number 241, page 9. Thank you, Lynn. And then in the next in your packet is the professional and financial regulation. However, there are part T and language parts. Would you like me to cover those, or would you like Commissioner Cohen to come
in
up
a
for this
second,
one?
with all the movement, I
yeah.
think I've lost track of how many people are in Mocha these days. How many staff? What
We're
is
closing in close without temp folks, we're probably around 36.
36.
With temp folks, it's a couple more.
Uh-huh. Great.
So
Just trying to get a sense of the department. So
yeah, we've got like 8 programs. And so there are a lot of small programs, a lot of programs with just a couple people in them, but then others that have 6 or 7 people in them. And we're formed. It's pretty exciting.
excellent. Okay.
So would you like me to continue with our pieces and then have
Yeah,
Commissioner Cohen
I
come
think
up at
that's
the
fine.
end? Okay, is that okay? So let's jump to page 18. And so this is part T21. And this is the taking money out of the stabilization fund in the amount of $1 million for a one-time 3-year pilot program for incentivizing regionalization of code enforcement. And I think most of you have heard me say that the current model for code enforcement in small rural towns is very difficult in these days and times, where it used to be more doable to have several small contracts and make a living, but that's just harder and harder all the time. And so KB Cog is trying a pilot which appears to be going well, in which they as an entity hires one person to serve multiple towns. It's somewhat subsidized. The towns do provide a portion of the cost, but then there's a subsidy as well, and that is I think in their case grant funded. And they provide benefits, they provide training, and they provide supervision. And then that person is available for these small towns to call on as they need code enforcement services. And we'd like to try some different models and figure out how this can work well, so that it's easy for groups of towns to take advantage of that if they'd like to. So we were, the proposal is to take 3 years and $1 million to do this in multiple regions of the state, try different models, see how it works, work with willing partners, get stakeholder input, and then hopefully at the end of 3 years, we can make some recommendations to the next legislature about, is this a viable model that the state should be sponsoring in some way? Is this something that can be done voluntarily by towns? Is every region capable of doing it voluntarily? Is there some structure that's needed in order to facilitate that? So we want to try it out and see how this can help improve the situation where small towns rely on their code enforcement officer, not just for permits, but also for advice to the select board or the planning board about how to implement housing projects, how to deal with land use regulation. And it's really helpful if those folks who are so critical to the town can be well supported and have the training they need.
Representative Cullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little confused. Are we taking 2 times from the rainy day fund, $500,000, or are they proposing, because it lists 2 years?
That's correct. For a total of $1 million.
Okay, and just to clarify, because it says to reference part T of the language, we're only looking at the one that says pursuant to HR BBB provide one-time funding for the ownership thing, or what part it, because it also talks about the anti-pinch door sensors and crossing arms in part T and,
Oh, no, yeah, it's a different thing. So that.
oh,
this-
it's the last part of that.
This is on page, that's on, the language for that is on page 23 at the bottom.
Thank you.
So then we've covered part T.
Mhm.
And now, unless I've missed anything, go to RRR and then maybe we can discuss the handouts that I presented, if that's all right.
That sounds great.
Okay. So part RRR is, as I think you discussed earlier in your discussion of the colored proposed bills that Ms. Westfall had for you earlier, is a pretty streamlined moving of the Manufactured Housing Board from PFR to MOCA without making a lot of changes right now. It's to move the functions. We have some flexibility to make improvements in terms of, because we have other kinds of resources at MOCA, we can work on technical assistance and policy work. We can, we are proposing to dissolve the board, the Manufactured Housing Board, so that they'd no longer be making adjudicatory decisions. But as you see in Ms. Westfall's purple handout, the idea would be that the study that would be undertaken over this next year, not study, but work on the recodification, would have us work with current and former members of the Manufactured Housing Board in getting their wisdom and advice in this process. So we would be bringing the Manufactured Housing Board staff and duties over, minus the board itself. We'd be administering that. We'd have an administrative program. We have the authority in here to change rules if we need to. But basically all the existing duties and authority follow. It does remove the cap on fees so that we can support some of the, like the AG's position. We would be adjusting some fees that are currently charged in order to support that position. This is a long language part. Those are the primary pieces that come to my mind. Is there anything else, Lynn, that you think we should feature right now about the language part RRR?
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the perusal of this area, which I was hoping we actually weren't going to deal with because I was hoping we were going to be able to do the other bill, and then cross this all out. But so you all will start issuing licenses and you don't have a cap on a fee for the licenses, so you could charge whatever you want, or do you have to come to us and ask for permission like the other boards have to?
We have to do rulemaking. I believe all of the rules currently routine technical, right, Joan? Yes, so it will be routine technical rulemaking to change the fees.
Actually.
Yeah.
Under the statute, changing fees is a major substantive rule.
Oh, okay, great.
So if they were going to change if there's a cap in statute, it's a routine technical. If there's no cap in the statute, it's major substantive. And if they change the fee, they would have to go through the major substantive process.
So because we're removing the cap in this language, they have to come to us with any fee changes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And that was one of my notes on RRR was by removing the cap, they're making it major substantive. And is that what they want?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. And then just following on from that, would that be, would the timing then work out in terms of the transition period that you would see? And then the next legislature, I'm assuming, would.
Yeah, I think we could make that work because major substantive, if we decided that we needed to go through the rulemaking process to revise fees sooner rather than later, we could do that in the fall and then bring the approval to the next legislature early in the session. I think we have the resources within the programs to carry them for a little while without having to do fees like in July. We can double check on that and get back to you for Thursday with a more fully considered opinion, but I think that's okay.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, for the, is it 3 of us only, I think, left from the Idea B committee? And Commissioner Cohen will remember this well, I'm sure. There is a lot of animosity, concern, etc., about the raising of fees when it comes to licensing, especially around anything that touches housing. Housing's already expensive. And so I would just ask that if you're considering that, that we have really good reasons why we would have to raise those fees, because as Commissioner Cohen would know, we hate doing it, especially if it's attached to housing. Thank you.
I guess I'll note too that there actually is a specific fee increase here. It's not to do with the Manufactured Housing Board, but in part RRR on the page 50. If you recall, when I was talking about the technical the circuit rider to give technical assistance for code enforcement information, I referenced the fee increase in the plan review fee. And so here it is from 4 cents to 6 cents on page 50. Are there other features that you think we should be highlighting here?
Would this be the opportunity for me to tell you the other changes that I think that I'm going to suggest to the committee be added when you vote?
I think yes.
Okay.
You know, let's jump into what would be the equivalent of bill analysis.
Okay. So with respect to section RRR, I went and made sure that other places in statute that referred to the Manufactured Housing Board were actually fixed. So for example, in Title V, the boards and commissions section, the Manufactured Housing Board is actually established in there. And if you're going to repeal it in part RRR, you will want to add, and this is what I'm going to send to you. I can send it tonight. You're going to want to repeal the section of Title V that established the Manufactured Housing Board. Similarly, in Title 10, under the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, it mentions in their organizational structure, the Manufactured Housing Board. If you've repealed it, you're going to want to cross that out. Very easy, clean changes. There's a section in the, I found a section in chapter 953, which is the communities, that references the Manufactured Housing Board that you're going to change to the main Office of Community Affairs. And then there's another section in Title 30A that references the Manufactured Housing Board. Standards established by the Manufactured Housing Board. You're going to want to change that to the main Office of Community Affairs. These are very technical, non-substantive changes that I would suggest. The other one that's the most substantive, I would say, is on the last page of RRR. There's these things called the transition provisions that basically give Maine Office of Community Affairs the authority to operate now as the Manufactured Housing Board. I think you want to add language in there. It currently says the Maine Office of Community Affairs is the successor in every way to the powers, duties, and functions of the Manufactured Housing Board. I would suggest you put in there, including acting as the state administrative agency under the National Manufactured Housing Construction Act. So basically, they can act as a state administrative agency for purposes of HUD. I think it's important, particularly for HUD, that it's in the law that you, the state, the legislature, have assigned this responsibility to MOCA. And the only other thing that I will mention that I don't believe you mentioned was about funds.
So, and I do, the transition language, I think I put in a note maybe that I think we need to look and make sure that we have correct transition language for the HR component of this as well. I think that that's not in here, and we can look at the transition language from the last program changes, program transitions.
Yep.
And look at that. And then so I'll talk about the accounts, and then I want to go to this sheet that I passed out.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, before we move on too much, so that I don't forget my question about the language and your suggestions, is this not recodification already that we could be doing in a bill instead of in the budget?
No. It's not even close.
I'm concerned about playing with other areas of statute using a budget language.
Okay. That doesn't sound like a analyst question. That sounds like a policy question. So, go ahead.
The account issue is that right now there is the 4 employees in the Manufactured Housing Board are, in a set of accounts that are at PFR that all support the activities of the program. They're going to be coming into 2 different programs in MOCA. And I think the revenues from each of the permit streams is not evenly divided between those 2 programs. And so I think it would be helpful to have language that allows MOCA to transfer money between related funds as necessary, especially until we go through the recodification project and figure out how to do that more permanently. So that's one thing. And then I would like to walk through these. It's very important. So when we were putting the budget together, some pieces of what is needed in order to make this transition of a manufactured housing board and also to just generally support code enforcement in Maine made it into the budget, and then other pieces we need to add now. And these are components that I think are necessary to make this plan work. The only one that has significant financial or fiscal impacts is the first item, which is a position that we're requesting general fund money for, and the purpose would be a training and certification coordinator. That position would take the training activities of Division of Building Codes and Standards and the training activities of the Manufactured Housing Board and create synergy, arrange for more trainings in more regions, connect code enforcement officers and industry with the trainings that they need. It would be taking what right now is a understaffed and we have multiple agencies doing it and making sort of a rational effort going forward to provide people the training that they need. So this is a companion to the circuit rider that's providing technical assistance. So basically Greg right now, Mr. Gilbert, is doing training coordination, he's doing technical assistance provision, and he's staffing the board and doing all the policy work. His administrative assistant, Shannon, does a tremendous job. It is the 2 of them trying to do all of that for almost 500 towns in the state. It is not a reasonable workload, and he's not succeeding in the way that he would like to in that effort. And we, not be for lack of trying, he is working a ton and he's doing a great job, but it's just too much for one person. And so I also passed around an excerpt from the LD 1375 report that I think if you want to look at that between now and Thursday, it provides what the recommendations were on this front. And what we're proposing is a portion of these recommended actions. We did not take every single one of them, but in large part, it's from this LD 1375 report. So that position is the only one that has general fund impact. The remainder of the initiatives shown on my additional sheet are reorganizations or reclasses so that we can have appropriate supervisory ladders, so that we can have people in positions that allow them to do the duties that will be what they need to do going forward in this revised program. There are other reclasses that don't require budget authority because, for example, the executive director position of the housing board, reclassing down because we don't need the executive director position anymore. That would become a position that would be responsible for the manufactured home community licensing program. But these are the ones that we have to have budget authority for. They're all either other special revenue funded from fees. None of them are big dollars. And the exception is on the backside. You see the housing opportunity program. That is self-funded, going from all other to personal services in the HOP program. And that is so that right now there are 2 co-equal people in the HOP program. And if we're going to move to a 4-person program, we have to have someone who's the manager. And so that just makes one of the current employees in a manager position. So these 4 initiatives are things that I feel are critical to make this plan work. And I think that they are just, it's really time that we provided adequate service to the many people who have very sincere code questions and training needs. And that's not to say that people aren't getting the basics now, but we really should be providing more than the basics in order to move our housing agenda forward.
Questions? Thank you very much, Representative Cullimore.
Sorry, I was processing all of the new information. So basically what you are suggesting is that if all of the other initiatives pass around moving the board, you need this to happen too, or it won't be successful.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would also say that there are a couple of these that even if the board wasn't moving, I would strongly recommend that we do, because otherwise we're not going to have the kind of code enforcement program that I think you would all want us to have.
Could you identify which ones?
Sure.
Don't matter if it's RRR or not?
Well, specifically the ones, so the ones around the housing inspector reorganizations, those would not be needed if we're not changing the manufactured housing board setup. And then I think it would be desirable to have the HOP increase, but not critical if the self-funded one on the back, if, you know, we could continue with 2 co-equal people in that program. I think it'd be better to have a manager, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. But the training and certification coordinator and the reclass of the Division of Building Codes and Standards manager are both really important for the program just broadly.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's very thorough.
Oh, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Sorry, the pink sheet that Ms. Westfall passed out earlier. I just want to make a plug for the fact that we're hearing from a lot of folks that this fix is holding up their projects for housing. And so I would really like to emphasize that this is a technical fix that I think would help move housing projects forward. And I'm sorry, what do you mean? The pink one. It's the electrical and plumbing one.
It's a third-party inspection. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Cohen.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, members of the committee. My name is Joan Cohen, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. And I purposefully let Director Horn go first so she could do the heavy lift and all the explaining. I am here just if you have any additional questions. Otherwise, we are playing a very supportive role in this proposed transfer. As I mentioned at the AFA meeting, we think it is a good government and reform-minded change that will best serve the people of Maine. And we are working very closely with them to help with the transition. So, but happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Right. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to confirm budget wise, you're on 13 and 14 and all of yours are negatives because the idea is that we would move the positions from you to MOCA.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. All positions, all budget.
And MoCA is very familiar with this process. They've done it multiple times. I had several questions for Director Horn about, what if bills come in afterwards? And they have a process for ensuring that we're not left holding the bag for unpaid bills.
Any questions? Thank you. I hope you got some work done while you're sitting here.
My email box is clean.
All right, good for you.
I have an inbox you could look at.
Can I do one language review?
Sure.
All right. So you are getting the minority report from LD 1806, which is an act to create the residential renter unit registry. And the vote sheet is on the last page. So it was ought to pass as amended and the majority was ought not to pass. This is the bill that requires corporations, partnerships, and other business entities to indicate their industry code when they do an annual report with the Secretary of State's office. And if their industry code indicates that they're engaged in renting or leasing residential buildings, then they have to provide additional information to the Secretary of State. And that is what this bill does. What the amendment does, because it looks all new to you, is it changed the title and basically replaced the whole bill and requires this annual report. And it requires the Secretary of State to provide the form that will be used. And it also has an appropriation and allocation section. So that's the main reason I'm bringing it back. That's the second to the last page. You'll see that I just want to make sure I've made the right attachment. No. I'm sorry. Anyways, we're gonna take a break.
We'll
on
bring
that.
it back.
I'm not doing this today.
All right. Do you want these back?
You can throw them away.
All right. All right. Having attended everything that we scheduled and then canceled, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
All in favor? Adjourn. We are adjourned.